Welcome to What If Sleep's Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The late afternoon light filtered through the sheer curtains of Nero Wolfe's office, casting amber patterns across the Persian rug that had witnessed countless confessions and revelations. The familiar weight of silence settled into the brownstone like an old friend taking its accustomed chair. Outside, the October wind whispered secrets to the sycamore trees lining West 35th Street, their leaves rustling with the patient rhythm of autumn, settling into the bones of New York City. Wolfe sat behind his massive desk, a mountain of a man whose presence filled the room as surely as the scent of the orchids drifted down from the plant rooms above. The leather of his chair creaked softly as he shifted, turning a page of his current reading, a treatise on alpine wildflowers that he absorbed with the same methodical attention he brought to everything, whether it was the cultivation of Cattleya orchids or the unraveling of human mysteries. The desk lamp cast a warm pool of light across the open book, and beyond its glow, the office held the comfortable shadows of late day. From his position at his own desk near the window, Archie Goodwin watched the street below with the casual awareness of a man who had learned to notice everything while appearing to notice nothing at all. The clatter of a distant streetcar mixed with the more immediate sounds of the brownstone itself, the gentle hum of the furnace beginning its evening work, the soft padding of Fritz's footsteps somewhere in the depths of the house, as he prepared for the dinner that would, in precisely 2 hours and 14 minutes, call Wolfe away from whatever occupied his attention. The day had been unremarkable in the way that pleased Wolfe most. No clients had disturbed the peaceful routine. No urgent telephone calls had shattered the tranquil progression from morning orchid inspection to afternoon reading, to the anticipation of Fritz's evening masterpiece. Even Archie had been unusually quiet, content to sort through correspondence and update his files with the efficient precision that kept their little world running smoothly. It was into this perfect stillness that the doorbell inserted itself, not with the aggressive demand of emergency, or the timid hesitation of uncertainty, but with something else entirely, a gentle, almost respectful announcement that someone waited beyond the threshold. The sound rippled through the brown stone like a pebble dropped into still water, and even Wolfe looked up from his alpine wildflowers, one eyebrow rising in the mild surprise of a man whose schedule rarely admitted interruptions. "Expecting someone?" Archie asked, though he already knew the answer. Wolfe's appointments were as carefully orchestrated as his meals, and this October evening had been reserved for solitude and scholarship. "No," Wolfe replied, his voice carrying the slight irritation of a man whose peaceful hour had been disturbed. But there was curiosity there too, the subtle shift in attention that came when the ordinary became something else. Fritz will attend to it. They listened to the soft footfalls in the hallway, the measured pace of a man who had served in this house long enough to move through its rhythms like a dancer who knew every step by heart. The front door opened with its familiar whisper of hinges, and they heard Fritz's voice, warm with the courtesy that never varied whether he greeted a delivery boy or a diplomat. "Good evening, may I help you?" What followed was nothing. Not silence exactly, but the absence of the expected response. Archie found himself leaning forward slightly, straining to catch words that never came. Even Wolfe had closed his book, his attention now fully engaged by this small anomaly in the evening's order. Fritz's voice came again, gentler now, touched with concern. "Are you all right? Please, would you like to come in?" Still nothing. No voice raised in greeting or explanation. No shuffle of feet on the front step. But something had changed in the quality of the silence. It had become expectant, weighted with meaning that neither Archie nor Wolfe could yet decipher. Then came the sound of footsteps crossing the threshold, slow and deliberate, followed by the soft closing of the front door. Fritz appeared in the office doorway, his usually composed features touched with puzzlement, In the warm light of the hallway behind him stood a figure that seemed to embody the very essence of the silence that had preceded it. The visitor was a woman, though this fact revealed itself gradually, like a photograph developing in a dark room. She wore a dark coat that had seen better seasons, its fabric speaking of quality compromised by time and wear. Her hair, dark with threads of silver, was pinned back with the practical severity of someone who had learned not to call attention to herself. But it was her face that held them, pale, composed, with eyes that seemed to hold entire conversations that would never be spoken aloud. She stood in the doorway for a moment that stretched like taffy, her gaze moving from Archie to Wolfe with the careful assessment of someone accustomed to reading rooms and people with the precision of a scholar. Her hands, Archie noticed, were steady despite what must surely be nervousness. Gloved hands that held a small slip of paper with the delicate care one might use to handle a butterfly. "This lady would like to see you, Mr. Wolfe," Fritz said, though even as he spoke there was uncertainty in his voice. How did he know what she wanted? She hadn't spoken a word. Wolfe studied the silent visitor with the same attention he might give to a particularly unusual orchid specimen. "Please have a seat," he said, gesturing to the red leather chair that faced his desk. "Fritz, perhaps some tea?" The woman moved with a grace that seemed learned rather than natural, as if she had trained herself to take up as little space as possible while still maintaining dignity. She settled into the chair like a bird alighting on a branch it wasn't entirely sure would hold its weight. And still, she said nothing. The silence stretched between them, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Instead, it felt purposeful, as if her muteness was itself a form of communication. She reached into her coat with careful deliberation and withdrew the slip of paper Archie had glimpsed in the hallway. This she placed on Wolfe's desk with the solemnity of someone making an offering at an altar. Wolfe regarded the paper but didn't immediately reach for it. Instead, he studied the woman who had brought it, taking in details with the methodical thoroughness that had made his reputation. The way she held her shoulders, alert but not tense, the careful arrangement of her hands in her lap, the steadiness of her breathing despite what must surely be an unusual situation even for her. "You prefer not to speak," he said finally. Not a question, but an observation stated with the gentle certainty of a man who had learned to read human nature like others might read the morning headlines. She nodded once, a movement so slight it might have been imagined if not for the way her eyes confirmed the acknowledgement. Outside, the city continued its evening transformation. Streetlights began their gentle bloom along the sidewalks, and somewhere in the distance a church bell marked the hour with bronze-tongued solemnity. The sounds filtered into the office like background music, underscoring the unusual tableau of the silent woman and the patient detective. Fritz appeared with the tea service, his movements so practiced they seemed choreographed. The gentle chink of china, the whisper of steam rising from the pot, the soft placement of cup beside saucer, all of it performed with the quiet artistry that made Wolfe's household run like clockwork wrapped in velvet. The woman accepted her cup with a nod of thanks, and even this simple gesture seemed to carry more meaning than most people managed with entire sentences. Wolfe finally reached for the slip of paper, handling it with the same care the woman had shown. It was ordinary paper, the kind that might be torn from any notebook, but the words written upon it were anything but ordinary. They were scattered across the page like leaves blown by wind, connected by no apparent grammar or logic. Tuesday, photograph, silence, danger, orchids, trust, before. He read them twice, his lips moving slightly as if tasting each word. Then he looked up at the woman, who watched him with the intensity of someone whose life might depend on his understanding. "Interesting," he murmured, setting the paper down but keeping his fingers resting lightly upon it. "You come to me with words that dare not be spoken aloud, trusting that I might read between lines that don't exist. You know something of my interests." His eyes flicked toward the stairs that led to his beloved plant rooms. "And you understand that danger has many faces, not all of them immediately visible." The woman's composure never wavered, but something in her eyes suggested relief, not complete, but enough to confirm that Wolfe was moving in the right direction. Archie found himself leaning back in his chair, recognising the signs. Wolfe's mind had engaged with the puzzle, drawn in by its very impossibility. A client who wouldn't speak, a message that wasn't quite a message, a mystery that announced itself through silence rather than words. It was exactly the kind of problem that would capture Wolfe's imagination and hold it until every thread had been followed to its conclusion. "You've come at an interesting time," Wolfe continued, his voice taking on the conversational tone he used when working through a problem aloud. "The evening light has a way of revealing things that daylight conceals. Shadows become honest. Silence becomes eloquent. And sometimes, when words fail us, we discover that they were never the most important part of the conversation anyway." The woman sipped her tea, and in that simple action, Archie caught a glimpse of something that made him sit up straighter. Her hand trembled, not with fear or nervousness, but with exhaustion. This was someone who had been carrying a burden for far too long, someone who had reached the end of her ability to bear it alone. The room settled deeper into evening's embrace. The lamp on Wolfe's desk cast its warm circle of light over the cryptic paper, and beyond that golden boundary the comfortable shadows seemed to lean in, as if the very walls of the brownstone were eager to learn what story would unfold within them. In the kitchen below, Fritz moved through his evening preparations with quiet efficiency. The scents of dinner began their subtle migration through the house. Herbs and wine and the promise of another of his culinary masterpieces. But for now, in this room where silence had become a language all its own, time seemed suspended between question and answer, between the mystery presented and the solution that waited to be born. Wolfe folded his hands over his comfortable expanse and regarded his silent visitor with the patience of a man who had learned that the most important revelations often came not in rushes of words, but in the spaces between them. The woman met his gaze steadily, and in that meeting something passed between them, an understanding that transcended the need for speech, a recognition that some truths were too dangerous for words but too important for silence. The doorbell's echo had long since faded, but its reverberations continued to ripple through the brownstone's evening peace. What had begun as an ordinary October twilight had become something else entirely, the opening notes of a symphony that would be played in whispers and conducted by the gentle movements of a woman who trusted that silence could speak louder than any shout, and that sometimes the most profound mysteries came wrapped not in drama and urgency, but in the soft, deliberate placement of a slip of paper on a detective's desk. Outside, New York City continued its ancient dance of commerce and humanity, unaware that in one quiet brownstone, a new kind of investigation was about to begin, one where the absence of words would prove more revealing than their presence, where silence would become not the enemy of communication, but its most eloquent expression. The grandfather clock in the corner of Wolfe's office marked the passing minutes with its measured bronze voice, each tick settling into the deepening quiet like stones dropped into a still pond. The woman in the red leather chair had finished her tea, setting the delicate china cup back upon its saucer with the careful precision of someone who had learned that even the smallest sounds could carry meaning in a world where words were dangerous. Wolfe continued his study of both the cryptic paper and its bearer, his mind working through the puzzle with the same methodical patience he brought to the cultivation of his orchids. In the plant rooms above, 20,000 specimens thrived under his care, each one requiring its own particular attention to light, moisture, temperature, and time. He had learned long ago that the most beautiful blooms came not from force or haste, but from understanding, from reading the subtle signs that plants use to communicate their needs when they could not speak. Now, faced with a client who had chosen silence as her language, he applied the same principles. What was she telling him through the careful arrangement of her posture? What meaning lay hidden in the way she held her hands, the rhythm of her breathing, the direction of her gaze? She sat with her back straight but not rigid, her feet placed flat upon the floor in a position that spoke of readiness, not the coiled tension of someone prepared to flee, but the alert composure of someone accustomed to watching and waiting. Her coat, though worn, was well tailored, speaking of better circumstances in the past. The fabric was wool, good quality, but the cuff showed the telltale signs of careful mending, someone who took pride in appearance despite reduced means. Her gloves were leather, supple with age and use, but they too had been maintained with care. When she had removed them to handle her teacup, Wolfe had glimpsed hands that told their own story. Smooth palms that suggested she was not accustomed to manual labour, but fingers marked with the faint stains that came from regular contact with ink. A writer, perhaps, or someone who worked with documents. The nails were short, practical, unadorned. The hands of someone who had learned that attention to detail mattered more than decoration. But it was her eyes that held the most information. They were dark, almost black in the office's warm lamplight, and they moved with the constant awareness of someone who had been trained to observe. Not the darting nervousness of fear, but the steady vigilance of a professional. When she looked at Archie, it was with quick assessment, cataloguing, measuring, filing away details for future reference. When her gaze returned to Wolfe, it carried something deeper, hope mixed with desperation, carefully controlled but unmistakably present. "You've been watching," Wolfe said finally, his voice gentle but certain. "Not just today, not just this week. This has been your occupation for some time. The way you position yourself in the chair, the manner in which you've assessed both Mr. Goodwin and myself, the fact that you know of my particular interests." His fingers rested lightly on the paper. "You've done your research." The woman's nod was almost imperceptible, but it was there. Archie found himself studying her with renewed interest. In his years with Wolfe, he had encountered his share of unusual clients, but this one presented a different kind of challenge. Most people, when nervous or frightened, revealed themselves through speech, the rushing of words, the repetition of details, the gradual unfolding of their stories under Wolfe's patient questioning. But silence eliminated those traditional pathways to understanding, requiring a different kind of detection entirely. The evening light outside had deepened from amber to gold, to the first hints of blue twilight. Street lamps began their nightly illumination along West 35th Street, and the sounds of the city's dinner hour drifted through the windows, the distant clatter of dishes from neighbouring brownstones, the murmur of conversation from passers-by, the gentle rumble of traffic settling into its evening rhythm. Within the office, the atmosphere had taken on an almost meditative quality. The lamp cast its warm circle over Wolfe's desk, highlighting the scattered words on the mysterious paper. Beyond that golden boundary, the comfortable shadows seemed to pulse gently with the room's breathing, as if the very walls had learned to participate in the quiet investigation unfolding within them. Wolfe reached for the paper again, this time lifting it to examine not just the words but the paper itself. He held it up to the light, studying the watermark, the texture, the way the ink had settled into the fibres. "Standard composition," he murmured, more to himself than to his audience. The kind found in any office supply store. But the ink... He paused, bringing the paper closer. Fountain pen. Good quality. The kind used by someone accustomed to extensive writing. He set the paper down and regarded the woman with increased attention. "You're a professional writer. Not novels or journalism, something more specialised. Technical writing, perhaps, or documentation. The kind of work that requires precision and discretion." Again, that barely perceptible nod. The scents of dinner had begun their migration from Fritz's kitchen, carrying with them the promise of another culinary masterpiece. Wolfe's schedule was as precisely ordered as his orchid collection. Dinner would be served at exactly 7:30, and nothing short of imminent catastrophe would delay it. But for now, there was time to unravel this particular mystery, to understand what had brought this silent woman to his door with her cryptic message. "The words themselves," Wolfe continued, his eyes returning to the paper, "appear random, but they're not. There's a pattern here, though not one that reveals itself immediately. Tuesday, photograph, silence, danger, orchids, trust, before." Each word chosen carefully, each one carrying multiple meanings. He leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly under his considerable weight. Tuesday suggests a specific time frame, recent, given that today is Thursday. Something happened, or will happen, or was scheduled to happen on Tuesday. A meeting, perhaps, or a deadline. The woman's composure remained unchanged, but Archie caught the slightest shift in her breathing. Not quite relief, but recognition that Wolfe was moving in the right direction. Photograph, Wolfe continued, his voice taking on the rhythm of someone thinking aloud. Evidence, documentation, something that exists in visual form rather than written or spoken, something that could be dangerous if it fell into the wrong hands. He paused, studying the woman's face for any flicker of confirmation. Her expression remained carefully neutral, but her hands, folded in her lap, had tightened almost imperceptibly. Silence, he said, and smiled slightly. Well, that one is rather self-explanatory, isn't it? But not just your silence. Someone else's silence as well. Someone who should have spoken but didn't. Or someone who was silenced. The room seemed to grow quieter, as if even the city outside had paused to listen. The woman's eyes had never left Wolfe's face, and in them Archie could see the struggle between hope and fear. Hope that someone finally understood. Fear of what that understanding might mean. Danger, Wolfe continued. Not immediate, or you would have spoken despite your preference for silence, but real nonetheless, and connected to the photograph, to Tuesday, to whatever silence has been imposed or chosen. He picked up the paper again, holding it delicately between two fingers. Orchids. Now that's interesting. Most people know of my collection, but relatively few know how central it is to my daily routine. Someone who knows that detail knows a great deal about my habits, my character, my particular obsessions. For the first time since entering the office, the woman allowed herself a small smile. It transformed her face completely, revealing a warmth and intelligence that her careful composure had kept hidden. In that moment, Archie glimpsed who she might be, when not carrying whatever burden had brought her here. Trust, Wolfe said, and his voice grew gentler. The most important word on this paper, perhaps. You're asking for it, aren't you? Trust that I'll understand what you cannot say aloud. Trust that I'll act on information you cannot provide directly. Trust that I'll protect whatever secret you're carrying. The woman's nod was clearer this time, accompanied by a look of such profound relief that Archie felt something tighten in his chest. This was someone who had been alone with her knowledge for far too long, someone who had exhausted her own resources and now placed her hope in a detective famous for his ability to find truth in the most unlikely places. Before, Wolfe concluded. A deadline. Something must be done before a certain time, a certain event, a certain revelation. The other words tell me what and why. This one tells me when. He set the paper down with great care and regarded the woman with something approaching paternal kindness. You've come to me because conventional channels have failed you, or because using them would expose you to the very danger you're trying to avoid. Someone in your profession, documentation, technical writing, the kind of work that deals with sensitive information, has discovered something photographed, something that certain people would prefer to remain silent. And Tuesday was significant because a deadline, a meeting, a planned revelation that didn't occur. The woman reached into her coat again, this time withdrawing a small notebook. She opened it to a page near the middle and turned it toward Wolfe. On it, in the same careful handwriting as the scattered words, was a single line. They think he fell asleep at his desk. Wolfe read the words twice, then looked up at the woman with new understanding. Ah, he said softly. Not sleeping. Silenced. And you know it wasn't natural causes. She nodded, then closed the notebook and returned it to her coat. The evening had settled fully into darkness now. Outside, the street lamps cast pools of warm light along the sidewalks, and the sounds of the city had shifted into their nighttime patterns, softer, more distant, punctuated by the occasional taxi horn or the rumble of a late bus. Inside the brownstone, the familiar evening rituals continued their quiet progression. Fritz's movements in the kitchen, the gentle settling of old wood, the whisper of heat rising through the radiators. Archie glanced at the clock and saw that they were approaching the sacred hour of dinner. Soon, Wolfe would excuse himself for Fritz's latest culinary creation, and their silent visitor would be left to contemplate whether she had found the help she sought, or simply added another person to the list of those who knew too much. But Wolfe seemed in no hurry to conclude the interview. Instead, he reached into his desk drawer and withdrew a pad of paper and a pen. These he slid across the desk to the woman. "If you would," he said gently, "write down where you're staying. Not your real address, if that would put you in danger, but somewhere I can reach you, and a time when it would be safe to do so." The woman took the pen with steady hands and wrote quickly. When she slid the pad back, Wolfe glanced at it and nodded. "Very good. And now, one more question, though you may answer it however you choose." He leaned forward slightly, his massive presence somehow managing to convey reassurance rather than intimidation. "This person who fell asleep at his desk, was he someone you cared about?" For the first time since entering the office, the woman's careful composure cracked. Not completely, but enough to reveal the grief that lay beneath her professional reserve. She nodded once, quickly, then looked away toward the window where the evening light had faded to soft darkness. Wolfe sat back, satisfied. "Then we understand each other perfectly. You've lost someone important to you, someone whose death has been disguised as something natural and innocent. You have evidence, the photograph, but using conventional channels would expose you to the same danger that claimed him. So you come to me with scattered words and careful silence, trusting that I'll read between the lines and act on what cannot be spoken." He stood up, his considerable bulk rising from the chair with surprising grace. "You've chosen well. I accept your case, though I warn you that my methods may seem unconventional. I don't chase criminals through dark alleys or engage in dramatic confrontations. I prefer to sit in comfortable chairs and think until the truth reveals itself, but I'm very good at it." The woman rose as well, her relief now visible in the relaxation of her shoulders, the deeper rhythm of her breathing. She moved toward the door, then stopped and turned back. From her coat she withdrew one more item, a small, carefully wrapped package, which she placed on Wolfe's desk. "Evidence?" he asked. She shook her head, then pointed to herself and mimed the act of photographing. "You're a photographer," Wolfe said with sudden understanding, "not just a writer. You document things professionally. And this." He gestured to the package. "This is your gift to me. Something to help you remember what we cannot say aloud." She nodded, then moved toward the door with the same careful grace that had marked her entrance. Fritz appeared as if summoned, ready to escort her out. But she paused once more, turning back to fix Wolfe with a look of such intense gratitude that even his legendary composure seemed touched by it. "I'll be in touch," he said simply. "Tomorrow, I think. There are questions that need asking, though perhaps not in the traditional manner." She nodded, then followed Fritz toward the front door, her footsteps as quiet on the Persian rug as they had been on her arrival. The front door opened and closed with its familiar whisper, and she was gone, leaving behind only the lingering scent of autumn air and the weight of unspoken truths. Wolfe returned to his chair and unwrapped the package she'd left. Inside was a single photograph, a professional portrait of a man in his 50s, distinguished, with kind eyes and a slight smile. On the back, in the same careful handwriting, were the words, "Thomas Mitchell. Tuesday, October the 15th. He deserved better." Archie moved closer to examine the photograph. "Friend of hers?" "More than that, I suspect," Wolfe replied, studying the image with the same attention he had given the cryptic paper. "Someone she respected, perhaps even loved. Someone whose death she believes was neither natural nor just." The dinner bell chimed softly from below, Fritz's gentle summons to the evening meal. But for once, Wolfe seemed reluctant to respond immediately. Instead, he sat in the lamplight, holding the photograph of Thomas Mitchell and contemplating the silence that had brought them together. "An interesting case," he murmured finally, setting the photograph down beside the scattered words that had begun it all. "Truth hidden in silence, evidence that dare not speak its name, and a client who trusts us to understand what she cannot say. Yes, I think this will prove very interesting indeed." He rose and moved toward the door, then paused and looked back at the items on his desk. The cryptic paper, the photograph, the notebook entry about falling asleep. Evidence of a mystery that announced itself through absence rather than presence, through what was not said rather than what was. Outside, the city continued its evening transformation, unaware that in one quiet brownstone a new investigation had just begun, one that would be conducted in whispers and conducted by the gentle art of observation, where silence would prove more eloquent than any speech, and where the truth would emerge not from dramatic revelation, but from the patient reading of signs that most people never learn to see. The morning light filtered through the office windows with the gentle persistence of autumn sunshine, casting long rectangles of warmth across the Persian rug, where dust motes danced like tiny spirits celebrating the new day. Wolfe had returned from his morning ritual in the plant rooms, that sacred 2-hour communion with his orchids that began each day with the reliability of sunrise itself. His face bore the subtle contentment that always followed these sessions, the deep satisfaction of a man who had spent time with living things that demanded nothing but understanding and patience. Archie had arrived early, drawn by curiosity about their silent visitor and the mystery she had left behind like a carefully wrapped gift. The photograph of Thomas Mitchell sat propped against Wolfe's desk lamp, and beside it lay the slip of paper with its scattered words, each one a puzzle piece waiting to find its proper place in a larger picture that remained tantalizingly out of focus. The brownstone itself seemed to pulse with quiet anticipation. Fritz moved through his morning routines with the same practiced efficiency that marked all his actions, but there was something in his manner, a slight quickening of pace perhaps, or an extra attention to detail, that suggested even he sensed that this day would be different from those that had preceded it. Wolfe settled into his chair with the careful deliberation of a man whose considerable bulk required strategic positioning. He reached for the photograph first, studying Thomas Mitchell's face in the clear morning light that revealed details hidden by the previous evening's softer illumination. The man in the image possessed the kind of weathered dignity that came from years of experience, the lines around his eyes speaking of laughter as much as concern, the set of his mouth suggesting someone accustomed to both giving and receiving difficult truths. Professional portrait, Wolfe observed, his voice carrying the quiet authority of morning contemplation, but not recent. The clothing, the style of photography, perhaps 5 years old, maybe more. Our client has been carrying this picture for some time. Archie moved closer, drawn by the methodical way Wolfe was approaching the puzzle. In the clear daylight, the photograph revealed subtleties that the evening lamp had obscured. The background showed hints of an office environment, the edge of a bookshelf, what might have been the corner of a filing cabinet, the suggestion of professional surroundings without being specific enough to identify the location. Government work, Archie suggested, noting the formal quality of the setting, or corporate, something that required official documentation. Wolfe nodded, setting the photograph aside and reaching for the cryptic paper. In the morning light, the handwriting appeared even more careful, each letter formed with the precision of someone accustomed to documentation that might be scrutinized by others. The ink had settled into the paper's fibers with the permanence that came from quality materials, suggesting this message had been composed with forethought rather than hurried desperation. "Let's examine these words again," Wolfe said, his finger tracing across the scattered text. Not as random thoughts, but as a carefully constructed message designed to convey meaning while avoiding direct statement. Our client is clearly intelligent, probably educated, certainly experienced in the art of careful communication. She wouldn't waste words or include anything that didn't serve a specific purpose. The office settled into its familiar rhythm of investigation. Outside, the morning sounds of West 35th Street provided a gentle backdrop, the distant rumble of traffic, the occasional voices of passers-by, the rhythmic clip-clop of a delivery horse making its rounds through the neighbourhood. These sounds filtered through the windows like a soundtrack to their contemplation, anchoring their mental work in the physical reality of the city awakening around them. "Tuesday," Wolfe began, his voice taking on the cadence of someone following a thread through a labyrinth. Not just any Tuesday, but specifically October 15th, as we learned from the photograph's inscription. What makes that date significant? What happened on that Tuesday that our client couldn't mention directly? He reached into his desk drawer and withdrew a calendar, flipping to October and studying the dates. Tuesday the 15th, 3 days ago. Recent enough for urgency, distant enough for careful planning. Something occurred on that date. Something that appeared routine but was actually significant. Archie found himself drawn into Wolfe's methodical approach, the way he treated each word as if it were a specimen to be examined under a microscope. There was something almost hypnotic about the process, the careful turning of ideas like pages in a book, each one revealing new possibilities while raising new questions. Photograph, Wolfe continued. Our client is herself a photographer, as we established last evening. Professional quality, accustomed to documentation. So this isn't just any photograph, it's evidence of something. Something that someone wanted documented, or something that was captured inadvertently. Something significant enough to justify the risk our client is taking by coming to us. The morning light had strengthened, filling the office with the kind of clear illumination that made detail stand out with startling clarity. Wolfe's orchids, visible through the open doorway that led to the stairs, seemed to glow with their own inner light, their blooms catching and reflecting the sunshine like living jewels. The scent of their perfume drifted down into the office, mixing with the more earthbound aromas of leather and old books, and the lingering traces of Fritz's excellent coffee. Silence, Wolfe said, and paused. This word seemed to carry more weight than the others, requiring longer contemplation. The central theme of our client's communication. But silence can mean many things. The silence of the grave, the silence of secrecy, the silence of fear, or ... He looked up at Archie with sudden interest. The silence of complicity. Someone who should have spoken but chose not to. Someone who knew something but said nothing. He reached for a pen and began making notes on a fresh sheet of paper, his handwriting flowing with the same careful precision that marked all his actions. Consider this. Thomas Mitchell died on Tuesday, October 15th. Our client believes this death was not natural. Someone, perhaps many someones, knows this but remains silent. Why? Fear, complicity. Or perhaps because speaking would expose them to the same danger that befell Mitchell? The brownstone's morning sounds continued their gentle symphony around them. Fritz's movements in the kitchen as he prepared for lunch, the soft settling of old wood as the building warmed in the sunshine, the distant chiming of church bells marking another hour in the city's endless progression of time. These familiar sounds created a cocoon of normalcy around their investigation, making the discussion of death and danger seem almost abstract, like a puzzle from a detective novel rather than something that touched real lives in the real world. Danger, Wolfe continued, his pen moving across the paper as he organised his thoughts. Not immediate, or our client would have risked direct communication, but real nonetheless, and specific. Someone died. Others remain silent. Our client fears she might be next if she reveals too much, hence the cryptic approach. Enough information to engage our interest, not enough to expose her to retaliation. Archie watched the careful progression of Wolfe's analysis, noting how each word seemed to unlock new possibilities while simultaneously narrowing the focus. It was like watching a master gardener at work, pruning away unnecessary growth to allow the essential structure to emerge clearly. Orchids, Wolfe said, and smiled slightly. The personal touch. Our client knows of my passion, my daily schedule, my predictable routines. This suggests either considerable research or... He paused, his eyes growing distant. Or personal knowledge. Someone who has observed me, perhaps from a distance. Someone whose profession involves watching and documenting. He set down his pen and leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly under his weight. Consider the profession of photographer, particularly one who specialises in documentation. Where might such a person work? Government agencies, corporate headquarters, legal firms, all places where important people gather, where sensitive information is discussed, where secrets are born and sometimes die. The morning was warming pleasantly. and Archie could feel the sun's gentle heat through the office windows. It was the kind of day that made concentration both easier and more difficult. Easier because the pleasant atmosphere encouraged contemplation. More difficult because the beauty of the morning seemed to argue against the existence of death and conspiracy. Trust, Wolfe continued, returning to his analysis. Perhaps the most important word on this list. Our client is asking us to trust her assessment of the situation, to act on information she cannot provide directly. But more than that, she's offering her trust to us. Someone who deals in documentation, in evidence, in proof, is asking us to proceed based on implications and suggestions. That level of trust suggests desperation. He picked up the photograph again, studying Thomas Mitchell's face with renewed attention. This man meant something to her. Not just professionally, but personally. The way she carried his picture, the careful inscription on the back, the emotion she showed when asked about him. Love, perhaps, but certainly respect, affection, and now grief mixed with determination. The office had settled into that particular quality of light that marked late morning, when the sun had climbed high enough to fill the room with warmth, but hadn't yet reached the harsh intensity of midday. It was a peaceful time, conducive to thought and reflection, perfect for the kind of patient analysis that Wolfe brought to every case. Before, Wolfe said finally, reaching the last word on the cryptic list, a deadline. Something must be accomplished before a certain time, a certain event, a certain revelation. But before what? And how much time do we have? He reached for the telephone directory, a massive volume that contained the numbers and addresses of what seemed like half of New York City. His fingers moved through the pages with practiced efficiency, stopping at various entries and making notes on his pad. Whatever he was looking for, he appeared to be finding it. Thomas Mitchell, he murmured, running his finger down columns of names. Not an uncommon name, but with the photograph as a reference. He paused, his finger stopping at a particular entry. Ah, here we are. Thomas Mitchell, photographer. Commercial and documentary work. Address, ... He copied the information onto his notepad, then reached for the telephone. The call connected after several rings, and Wolfe's expression grew thoughtful as he listened to whatever recording or message awaited callers to Thomas Mitchell's number. After a moment, he hung up and turned to Archie. The number has been disconnected, he said simply. No forwarding information available. Archie felt a chill despite the morning's warmth. A disconnected phone line so soon after someone's death suggested either very efficient estate management or something more troubling. Family taking care of business quickly? Possibly, Wolfe replied, but his tone suggested he found this explanation insufficient. Or someone ensuring that inquiries about Mr. Mitchell's work would find no easy answers. He returned to the telephone directory, this time looking up not names but addresses. The methodical way he worked through the pages reminded Archie of watching him tend his orchids. The same patient attention to detail, the same willingness to invest time in careful observation, rather than rushing toward hasty conclusions. The address listed for Thomas Mitchell, Wolfe said after several minutes of searching, is in the Midtown area, professional district, the kind of neighbourhood where photographers might maintain studios for commercial work. He looked up at Archie. I think a visit might prove instructive. The suggestion hung in the air between them, carrying implications that went beyond simple curiosity. Visiting the studio of a dead man raised questions about what they might find, what they might disturb, and what dangers might await anyone who showed too much interest in Thomas Mitchell's final days. Fritz appeared in the doorway, his timing as precise as always. "Lunch will be ready in 1 hour, Mr. Wolfe," he said, his voice carrying the gentle authority of a man who'd been managing Wolfe's schedule for so many years that he could predict needs before they were expressed. "Thank you, Fritz," Wolfe replied. "Mr. Goodwin and I will be going out this afternoon. Nothing urgent, but we may be delayed for dinner." Fritz nodded and withdrew, but not before Archie caught a glimpse of curiosity in his expression. Wolfe rarely ventured out of the brownstone except for the most compelling reasons, and his willingness to disrupt his carefully ordered routine suggested that Thomas Mitchell's death had captured his imagination in a way that promised to be both thorough and relentless. The morning light continued its slow progression across the office. highlighting different objects as the sun climbed higher. Now it fell across the scattered papers on Wolfe's desk, illuminating the cryptic words and the photograph of Thomas Mitchell with an almost theatrical intensity. The man in the picture seemed to gaze out at them with the expression that mixed dignity with something that might have been apprehension, as if he had somehow known that his image would one day serve as evidence in an investigation of his own death. "Before we visit Mr. Mitchell's studio," Wolfe said, organising his notes with characteristic precision, "let's consider what we hope to accomplish. We're looking for evidence of what he was working on, who he might have been documenting, what danger he might have stumbled into. But more than that, we're looking for connections, links between his work and our client's fear, between his death and the silence that surrounds it." He stood up, his considerable bulk rising from the chair with surprising grace. The movement seemed to signal a transition from contemplation to action, from the peaceful analysis of mourning to the more active investigation that lay ahead. "Our client chose her words carefully," he continued, moving to the window and looking out at the street where morning had given way to the busier rhythms of midday. "Each one serves a specific purpose in a message designed to convey maximum meaning with minimum risk. She's given us a map, written in a language that only someone with our particular skills could read. Now it's time to follow that map and see where it leads." The office settled into quietude as Wolfe prepared for their expedition. The scattered words on his desk seemed to pulse with hidden meaning, each one a doorway to understanding that remained tantalizingly just out of reach. But there was progress in the air, the sense that patience and careful observation were beginning to yield results. Outside, New York City continued its eternal dance of commerce and humanity, unaware that two men in a quiet brownstone were preparing to venture into its maze of secrets and silence, armed with nothing more than a handful of cryptic words and the photograph of a man who had died knowing too much. The morning's peaceful contemplation was giving way to the afternoon's more active pursuit of truth, but the underlying rhythm remained the same, patient, methodical, determined to find answers in a world where silence had become both weapon and shield. The investigation was no longer a matter of interpretation and analysis. It was time to step into the world where Thomas Mitchell had lived and worked and died, to see through his eyes the last images he had captured, and to understand what had made those images dangerous enough to kill for. The photograph on the desk seemed to watch their preparations with the steady gaze of someone who had trusted that, even in death, the truth would find a way to surface. Whether that trust had been justified remained to be seen, but Wolfe's methodical approach to the scattered words had begun to weave them into something approaching a coherent story, a story of documentation and danger, of silence and trust, of a Tuesday that had changed everything. And somewhere in the city, their silent client waited for word that her carefully crafted message had been understood, that the help she sought was coming, and that Thomas Mitchell's death would not be allowed to disappear into the convenient fiction of a man who had simply fallen asleep at his desk and never awakened. The taxi moved through Manhattan's afternoon traffic with the patient rhythm of a city that had learned to accommodate both urgency and delay with equal grace. Wolfe occupied the back seat with the dignified composure of a man who rarely ventured beyond the comfortable boundaries of his brownstone, but when necessity demanded it, faced the outside world with the same methodical attention he brought to everything else. Beside him, Archie watched the familiar streets roll past, noting how different the city looked when viewed through the lens of investigation rather than routine. The address they sought lay in the heart of Midtown's commercial district, where photographers and artists maintained studios in buildings that had once housed entirely different enterprises. These structures carried the architectural history of New York's evolution, their facades telling stories of commerce and creativity, of dreams pursued and sometimes abandoned in the endless cycle of urban reinvention. As their taxi navigated the gentle chaos of afternoon traffic, Wolfe returned his attention to the photograph of Thomas Mitchell, studying the image with the patience of someone who understood that the most important details often revealed themselves only through sustained observation. The man's face seemed different somehow in the changing light of the moving vehicle, shadows shifting across his features, expressions appearing and disappearing like thoughts that flickered too quickly to grasp completely. Notice the background, Wolfe said, holding the photograph so that Archie could see it clearly. Professional studio lighting, but not the stark, impersonal setup of a corporate photographer. There's warmth here, personality. This is someone who brought artistry to commercial work, who found ways to reveal character even in formal documentation. The building they finally approached stood among its neighbours with the quiet dignity of pre-war construction, its brick facade weathered to a comfortable brown that spoke of decades spent watching the city change around it. Fire escapes traced geometric patterns up its sides, like the sketches of some urban artist, and the ground floor windows were large enough to flood the interior spaces with the natural light that photographers treasured above almost everything else. The lobby was small but well maintained, with the kind of attention to detail that suggested a building manager who took pride in the property. A directory near the elevator listed the various tenants, photographers, graphic designers, a small advertising agency, and other creative professionals who formed the economic backbone of the city's artistic community. Thomas Mitchell's name appeared near the bottom of the list, followed by Studio 7B, in neat lettering that someone had recently attempted to cover with a small strip of tape. Recently removed, Archie observed, noting the fresh adhesive and the way the tape had been applied with hasty imprecision. Someone wanted to eliminate traces of his occupancy quickly. Wolfe nodded, his eyes moving over the directory with the careful attention of someone reading a document that might contain clues hidden in its apparent simplicity, or prevent casual inquiries from finding their way to his studio. The question is whether this was done by building management as a matter of routine, or by someone with more specific intentions. The elevator, an ancient mechanism that moved with the deliberate pace of mechanical old age, carried them to the 7th floor with a series of gentle jolts and mechanical sighs that seemed to echo through the building's quiet corridors. The hallway they emerged into was lit by windows at either end, creating a pleasant tunnel of natural light that revealed doors marked with numbers and names, some freshly painted, others showing the accumulated wear of years spent opening and closing for clients and visitors. Studio 7B stood at the corridor's midpoint, its door identical to all the others, except for the absence of any nameplate or identifying mark. Someone had indeed been thorough in erasing Thomas Mitchell's presence from the building's visible record. But doors, like people, often revealed more through what they tried to hide than through what they displayed openly. Wolfe approached the door with the careful deliberation of someone who understood that first impressions, once formed, were difficult to revise. He examined the lock mechanism, the door frame, the small details that might reveal whether the studio had been recently disturbed. His fingers, surprisingly deft for their size, traced the edges of the lock housing with the delicate touch of someone reading Braille. "Standard building lock," he murmured. "But see here." He pointed tiny scratches around the keyhole that were visible only under close examination. "Recent tool marks. Someone has been inside since the original key was last used." The corridor maintained its peaceful afternoon quiet, disturbed only by the distant sounds of work from other studios. The soft whir of equipment, muffled conversations, the occasional ring of a telephone. These sounds created a backdrop of normalcy that made their investigation feel almost routine, as if examining the door of a dead man's studio was simply another task in the ordinary business of life. Archie produced his lockpicks with the casual efficiency of someone who had learned that certain skills, while not always legal, were often necessary in the pursuit of truth. His fingers worked with practiced precision, reading the lock's internal mechanism through touch and sound, interpreting the tiny clicks and resistances that told the story of how the lock had been constructed and how it preferred to be persuaded. The lock yielded to his attention with a soft click that seemed almost apologetic, as if it understood that their intentions were honourable even if their methods were questionable. The door swung open with the whisper of hinges that had been recently oiled, revealing an interior that retained the lingering essence of someone who had spent considerable time within its walls. Thomas Mitchell's studio was larger than the corridor had suggested, occupying a corner of the building that provided windows on two sides and filled the space with a kind of natural light that photographers sought, with the devotion of worshippers pursuing the divine. The afternoon sun streamed through these windows, illuminating a workspace that spoke of both professional competence and personal passion. The studio's main area contained the equipment and setup that marked it as a place of serious work. Professional cameras on sturdy tripods, lighting equipment arranged with the precision of someone who understood that shadows could be as important as illumination, backdrop materials that could transform the space into almost any environment a client might require. But these practical elements were balanced by touches that revealed the man behind the profession, framed photographs on the walls that had been taken for pleasure rather than payment, a small collection of books about photography and art, a comfortable chair positioned near one of the windows where someone might sit and contemplate the interplay of light and shadow that defined both the craft and the art of capturing images. Wolfe moved through the space with the careful attention of someone conducting an archaeological survey, noting the arrangement of objects, the patterns of use and wear, the subtle signs that revealed how the studio had been lived in rather than merely occupied. His eyes lingered on details that might have seemed insignificant to a casual observer. The positioning of equipment, the organisation of supplies, the small personal touches that made the space feel like an extension of its owner's personality. "Notice the dark room," Archie said, indicating a door that led to what was clearly a separate, light-controlled space for developing photographs, still set up for use. If someone had been systematically clearing out the studio, that would have been one of the first areas to be dismantled. The darkroom, when they examined it, told its own story of recent activity. Chemical trays were clean, but showed the residue patterns that came from regular use. Enlarger equipment stood ready for operation, and a drying line was strung across one corner with the casual efficiency of someone who had used it countless times. But it was what they found in a filing cabinet near the developer station that provided their first real glimpse into what Thomas Mitchell had been working on during his final days. The files were meticulously organised, each folder labelled with dates and client information in the same careful handwriting they had seen on the photograph's inscription. Most contained the routine documentation of commercial photography, corporate portraits, product shots, architectural photography for real estate and advertising purposes. But one folder, marked only with the previous week's dates, contained something different. The photographs inside were not the posed, controlled images of commercial work. Instead, they showed the candid, unguarded moments that revealed character in ways that formal portraits never could. Corporate executives caught in moments of private conversation, government officials in informal meetings, business leaders engaged in discussions that had clearly been photographed from concealed positions or at considerable distance. "Surveillance photography," Wolfe said, his voice carrying a note of understanding that suggested several pieces of the puzzle had just clicked into place. Not commercial portraiture, but documentation of activities that the subjects would prefer to remain private. The photographs were of professional quality, but they carried the particular tension that came from work done in secret, under conditions where discovery would bring consequences that went far beyond professional embarrassment. Each image had been carefully composed to capture not just faces and actions, but the context that gave those actions meaning. The luxury of private dining rooms where deals were discussed, the supposed security of office buildings where meetings were held, the casual environments where people reveal their true characters because they believe themselves unobserved. Among these photographs, one face appeared repeatedly, a distinguished man in his 60s whose features suggested both intelligence and a certain ruthless determination. He appeared in various settings, always engaged in intense conversation with different people, always photographed from angles that suggested concealment on the photographer's part. "Senator Harrison," Archie said, recognising the face from newspaper photographs. "He's been in the news lately for his committee work on government contracts." Wolfe nodded, studying the images with the careful attention of someone who understood that they were looking at evidence of something far more complex than simple photography. "And these other individuals," he indicated the various people who appeared in conversation with the senator, business leaders, government officials, people whose cooperation would be valuable to someone seeking to influence policy or secure favourable treatment. The afternoon light in the studio had begun to shift as the sun moved across the sky, casting longer shadows and creating the kind of dramatic illumination that photographers learned to anticipate and use. This changing light revealed details in the photographs that might have been missed under different conditions. The careful positioning that suggested planning rather than chance encounters. The body language that spoke of negotiations rather than casual conversation. The settings that had been chosen for privacy rather than convenience. But it was a single photograph, filed separately from the others, that provided the key to understanding what had cost Thomas Mitchell his life. The image showed Senator Harrison, in what appeared to be his private office, engaged in conversation with two men whose faces were partially obscured, but whose body language suggested the kind of tension that comes with high-stakes negotiation. On the desk between them lay documents that were too distant to read clearly, but their formal appearance suggested official papers, contracts, or agreements of significant importance. What made this photograph different from the others was not its content, but its context. Attached to the back was a small slip of paper with notes in Thomas Mitchell's handwriting. Tuesday meeting. Contract finalization. Payment confirmed. Below that, in a different pen, and what appeared to be more urgent handwriting, they know must get evidence to safety. Wolfe held the photograph up to the light, studying both the image and the notation, with the intense focus of someone who understood they were looking at the moment when surveillance became dangerous discovery. Tuesday, October 15th, he said, the same Tuesday mentioned in our client's cryptic message. The day Thomas Mitchell died. The studio around them seemed to pulse with the weight of this revelation. The comfortable workspace where a man had pursued his profession had become the scene of something darker. The documentation of activities that someone had been willing to kill to keep secret. The afternoon light that had seemed so peaceful when they entered now felt different, charged with the tension that comes when investigation moves beyond theory into the realm of actual danger. Archie continued searching through the files, noting the careful organisation that had marked Thomas Mitchell as someone who understood the value of systematic record-keeping. But it was what was missing rather than what was present that told the most important part of the story. Look at this, he said, indicating a gap in the filing system. Everything from the week before his death is gone except for this one folder. Someone has been here and removed specific materials. Wolfe nodded, his expression showing the satisfaction of someone whose theories were being confirmed by evidence. They took what they could find, but they missed this folder. Perhaps because it was filed separately, or perhaps because they were working quickly and couldn't conduct a thorough search. The implications hung in the air between them like the chemical scents that lingered in the darkroom. Thomas Mitchell had been conducting surveillance photography of high-level government and business figures. He had documented what appeared to be a private meeting involving significant contracts or agreements. He had discovered that his activities had been detected, had attempted to preserve evidence, and had died on the same day his notes indicated the final meeting was scheduled to take place. But perhaps most significantly, someone had risked exposure by entering his studio after his death to remove evidence, suggesting that his death had not ended the danger his photographs represented. The afternoon was advancing toward evening, and the studio's light was beginning to take on the golden quality that photographers treasured for it to transform ordinary subjects into something approaching art. In this beautiful light, the photographs they had discovered seemed even more ominous. Evidence of a world where power and corruption moved through shadows, where documentation could be deadly, and where silence was enforced through means that went far beyond mere persuasion. Our client, Wolfe said, carefully returning the photographs to their folder, was wise to approach us as she did. Direct accusation would have placed her in immediate danger. But these photographs, they provide the evidence needed to understand what we're dealing with. He moved to the window and looked out at the city spread below them, its afternoon bustle continuing with the oblivious rhythm of a world that remained unaware of the secrets and dangers that moved through its midst, like underground rivers flowing beneath the surface of everyday life. Senator Harrison's committee has considerable influence over government contracts, he continued, his voice taking on the thoughtful tone of someone organising complex information into a coherent narrative. The kind of influence that would be extremely valuable to certain business interests. If Mr. Mitchell documented evidence of improper coordination between the senator and those interests, he didn't need to finish the thought. They both understood the implications. Political corruption at this level involved enormous sums of money and considerable power. People had died for far less than what Thomas Mitchell appeared to have documented. The studio around them seemed to echo with the presence of its former occupant, not in any supernatural sense, but in the way that spaces retain the essence of those who have lived and worked within them. The careful organisation, the attention to detail, the balance between commercial necessity and artistic passion, all of it spoke of someone who had taken pride in his work and had perhaps paid the ultimate price for pursuing it too thoroughly. As they prepared to leave, taking with them the crucial folder of photographs and notes, the afternoon light continued its slow transformation toward evening. The shadows grew longer, the golden light deepened, and the city beyond the windows began its gradual transition toward night. Somewhere in that vast urban landscape, their silent client waited for word that her trust had been justified, that the evidence Thomas Mitchell had died to preserve would finally be put to proper use. The investigation had moved beyond interpretation and analysis into the realm of tangible evidence and concrete danger. What had begun as a puzzle composed of scattered words had become a story of corruption, surveillance, and murder. A story that was far from over and that would require all of Wolfe's considerable skills to bring to a safe and just conclusion. The studio door closed behind them with the same whisper of hinges that had welcomed them, but the silence that followed felt different now, weighted with knowledge, charged with purpose, and touched with the kind of responsibility that came when investigation revealed not just answers, but obligations that could not be ignored. The taxi carried them back to the brownstone through the gentle chaos of Manhattan's early evening, when the city transformed itself from the bright urgency of afternoon commerce to the softer rhythms of people returning home to dinners and conversations, and the thousand small rituals that marked the end of another day. Wolfe sat in contemplative silence, the folder of Thomas Mitchell's photographs resting securely in his lap like a repository of secrets that had already cost one life and might yet claim others. The streetlights were beginning their nightly bloom along West 35th Street as they approached the familiar sanctuary of home. The brownstone stood among its neighbours with the patient dignity of a structure that had witnessed decades of the city's evolution, its windows glowing with the warm promise of comfort and safety that seemed especially precious now that they understood the nature of the danger that moved through the shadows of ordinary life. Fritz met them at the door with the intuitive timing that had served the household so well for so many years. His eyes held the subtle concern that came when routine was disrupted, when the predictable order of Wolfe's days was disturbed by the intrusion of the outside world's complications. But he asked no questions, simply took their coats and informed them that dinner would be delayed by 30 minutes to accommodate their unexpected return. And, Fritz added with the diplomatic precision that marked all his communications, there has been a telephone call. A woman's voice very soft. She left no name but said she would call again this evening. Wolfe nodded, unsurprised by this development. Their silent client would be anxious for news, hoping that her trust had been justified, and that the cryptic message she had so carefully crafted had led them toward understanding rather than confusion. The office welcomed them back with its familiar embrace of leather and lamplight, the comfortable shadows that seemed to pulse gently with the brownstone's breathing. Wolfe settled into his chair with the satisfaction of a man returning to his natural element, while Archie positioned himself near the window where he could watch the street for any signs that their investigation had attracted unwanted attention. The folder lay on Wolfe's desk like a challenge waiting to be met, its contents representing both the key to understanding Thomas Mitchell's death and the potential source of considerable danger for anyone who possessed them. In the office's warm lamplight, the photographs seemed even more significant than they had in the studio's natural illumination, their evidence of corruption and conspiracy taking on the weight of accusations that could topple careers and perhaps governments. "Before we proceed," Wolfe said, his voice carrying the careful consideration of someone who understood they had crossed a threshold from which retreat might prove difficult, "we should consider what we've learned and what it means for our client's safety." He opened the folder and spread the photographs across his desk, arranging them with the methodical precision he brought to everything. The images told their story more clearly in sequence. a pattern of meetings and negotiations that revealed the systematic nature of the corruption Thomas Mitchell had documented. Senator Harrison appeared in photograph after photograph, always engaged in intense discussion with business leaders whose companies held significant government contracts. But it was the progression of dates that revealed the most troubling aspect of what they had discovered. The photographs spanned several weeks, showing a careful documentation of activities that suggested Thomas Mitchell had been conducting surveillance for some time before his death. This was not a casual discovery of wrongdoing, but a systematic investigation that had required considerable planning and risk. "Notice the progression," Wolfe said, pointing to the dates written in Mitchell's careful handwriting. He was building a case, accumulating evidence of a pattern rather than relying on a single incident. Someone with this level of methodical approach doesn't work alone. The implications settled into the office's quiet atmosphere like dust, finding its way into previously undisturbed corners. If Thomas Mitchell had been part of a larger investigation, his death represented not just the silencing of one photographer, but potentially the disruption of an entire network of people working to expose corruption at the highest levels of government and business. Archie studied the photographs with renewed attention, noting details that took on new significance in light of this possibility. The angles, the positioning, some of these shots would have required access to specific locations, advanced knowledge of when meetings would take place. That suggests inside information. "Precisely," Wolfe replied, his fingers drumming softly against his desk as his mind worked through the complexities of what they had uncovered. Mr. Mitchell was documenting these activities, but someone else was providing the intelligence that made such documentation possible. Someone with access to schedules, locations, and security arrangements. The telephone rang with its familiar authoritative voice, cutting through their contemplation with the promise of information or complication. Archie answered with his usual professional courtesy, but his expression quickly shifted to alert attention as he listened to the caller. "It's her," he said, covering the mouthpiece. "Our client. She sounds—" He paused, searching for the right word. "Frightened." Wolfe reached for the telephone with the deliberate care of someone who understood that this conversation might determine the direction of everything that followed. "This is Nero Wolfe," he said, his voice carrying the gentle authority that had reassured countless clients over the years. What followed was perhaps the most unusual telephone conversation of Wolfe's distinguished career. The woman on the other end spoke, but barely above a whisper, her words so soft that they seemed to float through the connection like secrets afraid of being overheard. Even more unusually, much of her communication came not through words but through careful pauses, soft sounds of agreement or disagreement, and the kind of coded responses that suggested someone who had learned to convey meaning without revealing information that might be intercepted or misunderstood. "Yes," Wolfe said in response to something she had whispered. "We found the studio and the photographs." A pause while he listened to her nearly inaudible response. "You're quite right to be concerned. The evidence suggests this goes considerably deeper than the death of one man." Archie watched Wolfe's side of this unusual conversation with fascination, noting how the detective adapted his usual interrogation techniques to accommodate a client who communicated primarily through silence and suggestion. It was like watching a master musician transpose a complex piece to accommodate an instrument with a very limited range, finding ways to convey full orchestral richness through the constraints of a single, whispered voice. "The other photographs," Wolfe said, and his tone grew more serious. "The ones that were removed from the studio. Do you know where they might be?" Another long pause filled with whispered words too soft for Archie to catch. "I see. And you believe you're being watched?" The conversation continued in this fashion for several minutes, a delicate dance of question and response that revealed information gradually, like a photograph developing slowly in a dark room. When Wolfe finally hung up, his expression carried the weight of someone who had just learned that their case was both more complex and more dangerous than they had initially understood. "She confirms what we suspected," he said, organising the photographs into careful stacks. Thomas Mitchell was part of a network of people investigating government corruption. There were others, journalists, government employees, business people who had grown disturbed by what they were witnessing. Mitchell was the photographer, documenting the evidence that others gathered through their various positions and contacts. He paused, studying one particular photograph that showed Senator Harrison in what appeared to be his private office. But the network has been compromised. Over the past month, several members have died under circumstances that appeared natural, but were almost certainly not. A journalist's car accident, a government accountant's heart attack, a business executive's supposed suicide. The office seemed to grow quieter as the implications of this revelation settled around them. What they had initially approached as the isolated death of one photographer had revealed itself as something far more systematic. The methodical elimination of people who possessed evidence of corruption at the highest levels of government and business. Our client, Wolfe continued, was Mitchell's primary contact within the network. She provided him with intelligence about meetings and activities, using her position as a photographer for various government agencies to gain access to information that would have been impossible to obtain through conventional channels. Archie felt the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place with the satisfying precision of a well-made lock opening to the right key. That's why she knew about your orchids, your routine. She's been doing surveillance photography for government agencies. She would have researched you thoroughly before deciding to trust you with this information. Indeed, Wolfe replied, and it explains the cryptic nature of her approach. The network operated through careful indirection, coded communications, and the kind of subtle information sharing that could appear innocent even under scrutiny. They had learned that direct communication was dangerous, that conventional channels had been compromised. The evening light outside had faded to the soft blue of twilight, and the street lamps cast their gentle pools of illumination along the sidewalk. The familiar sounds of the neighbourhood's evening routines provided a comforting backdrop to their discussion. The distant laughter of children called in for dinner, the soft closing of doors as people returned home from work, the occasional footsteps of evening walkers taking advantage of the mild October weather. But within the office, the atmosphere had grown charged with the understanding that they were no longer investigating a simple murder, but had stumbled into something that resembled a war, a quiet, careful conflict fought with silence and surveillance, with evidence and elimination, where the weapons were cameras and documents rather than guns and explosives. She's given us additional information, Wolfe said, reaching for a pad of paper. The names of other network members, some still alive, others are recently deceased under suspicious circumstances, and most importantly, the location where Mitchell stored copies of his most sensitive photographs. He began writing with his characteristic precision, creating a list that represented both opportunity and danger. Each name he wrote belonged to someone who had risked their career and possibly their life to expose corruption, and several of those names now belonged to people who had paid the ultimate price for their courage. The question, Wolfe said, setting down his pen, is whether we can gather enough evidence to expose this conspiracy before our client suffers the same fate as her colleagues. The photographs we recovered from Mitchell's studio are significant, but they represent only a fraction of what the network had accumulated. Archie studied the list of names, noting how they represented a cross-section of government and business, people positioned to observe the intersection of public policy and private interest, witnesses to the kind of corruption that thrived in the shadows between official oversight and practical implementation. They were methodical, he observed. Each person contributed their particular expertise and access. Mitchell provided visual documentation, but others gathered financial records, documented conversations, tracked the flow of contracts and payments. It was a comprehensive investigation. Which makes their systematic elimination all the more troubling, Wolfe replied. Someone has been equally methodical in identifying and silencing the network members. That suggests either inside knowledge of the network's operations or surveillance capabilities that rival those of professional intelligence services. The implications hung in the air between them like smoke from a distant fire, carrying with them the understanding that they had moved beyond the comfortable realm of individual investigation into something that touched on matters of national security and government integrity. This was no longer a case that could be solved through careful deduction and patient interrogation in the comfortable confines of the brownstone's office. Fritz appeared in the doorway with his usual impeccable timing, announcing that dinner was ready and waiting in the dining room. But for perhaps the first time in Archie's memory, Wolfe seemed reluctant to respond to this summons, his attention held by the photographs and documents that represented not just evidence of corruption, but the legacy of people who had died trying to expose it. The network, Wolfe said finally, beginning to organise the materials on his desk, operated on the principle that truth, once documented, becomes impossible to suppress indefinitely. Mitchell and his colleagues believed that sufficient evidence, properly preserved and strategically revealed, could overcome even the most systematic attempts at concealment. He stood up with the careful deliberation of a man who had reached a decision that would shape everything that followed. Our client has entrusted us not just with solving Thomas Mitchell's murder, but with completing the work that cost him his life. We have become the inheritors of their investigation, the repository of their evidence, and perhaps their only hope for justice. The dining room's warm light beckoned from beyond the office doorway, promising Fritz's latest culinary masterpiece and the temporary refuge of routine pleasures. But the photographs remained spread across Wolfe's desk like accusations waiting to be heard, evidence of a corruption so systematic that it had required the creation of an entire network to document and an equally systematic campaign of murder to suppress. As they moved toward dinner, the office settled into the kind of expectant quiet that marked the pause between revelation and action. The investigation had revealed its true scope. Not the simple murder of one photographer, but the systematic destruction of a network of people who had dared to document the truth about corruption at the highest levels of American government and business. Somewhere in the city, their client waited in whatever temporary safety she had managed to find, trusting that the evidence Thomas Mitchell had died to preserve would finally be put to proper use. And somewhere else, in offices and meeting rooms protected by security and silence, the people responsible for that network's destruction continued their work, unaware that their carefully maintained secrets had found their way into the hands of a detective whose reputation for persistence was matched only by his commitment to justice. The evening's gentle rhythm continued around them, but it now carried the weight of knowledge that would not allow them to rest until the truth had been told and justice had been served. The network of silence that had protected corruption was about to encounter a different kind of network, one dedicated to ensuring that some truths were too important to remain hidden, no matter how powerful the forces arrayed against their revelation. The morning light that filtered through the office windows carried with it the crisp promise of autumn's deeper settling, the kind of day when the city seemed to pause between the urgency of summer's heat and winter's gathering purpose. Wolfe had returned from his sacred hours in the plant rooms with the particular contentment that marked successful communion with his orchids, but beneath that satisfaction lay the deeper preoccupation of a man whose mind had spent the night organising complex information into patterns that demanded action. The photographs from Thomas Mitchell's studio lay spread across his desk in careful arrangement, each image positioned to reveal its relationship to the others, creating a visual narrative of corruption that grew more compelling with each viewing. In the clear morning light, details that had been obscured by evening shadows emerged with startling clarity. The tension in faces during supposedly casual conversations, the careful positioning of documents that suggested their importance, the body language of people engaged in negotiations they believed were private and secure. Archie had arrived early, drawn by the same sense of urgency that had marked the previous evening's revelations. The scope of what they had uncovered continued to expand in his mind like ripples, spreading outward from a stone dropped into still water. What had begun as a simple investigation into one man's suspicious death had revealed itself as something that touched the very foundations of government integrity and public trust. The telephone had remained mercifully quiet through the early hours, but its silence felt expectant rather than peaceful, as if it too understood that this day would bring communications that might determine not just the success of their investigation but the safety of everyone involved in it. Their client's whispered revelations of the previous evening had painted a picture of systematic danger that made even the brownstone's familiar security feel tenuous. Fritz appeared with the morning coffee, his movements carrying the subtle efficiency that marked all his actions, but touched now with the heightened awareness that came when the household's routine was overshadowed by matters of serious concern. He had served in Wolfe's house long enough to recognise the signs of a case that went beyond the ordinary boundaries of detection, into realms where the stakes were measured not just in justice but in lives. "The morning papers," Fritz said, placing the day's newspapers beside Wolfe's coffee cup. "There are items that might be of interest." Wolfe's eyebrows rose slightly as he reached for the papers, his attention immediately drawn to a small item buried in the middle pages of the Times. The headline was innocuous enough. "Government accountant dies in home accident." But the name beneath it sent a chill through the office's peaceful atmosphere. "Robert Hendricks," Wolfe read aloud, his voice carrying the weight of recognition. 43 years old, found dead in his apartment yesterday evening after an apparent fall down the stairs. He had been working late on contract auditing for the Defence Department. Archie moved closer to read over Wolfe's shoulder, noting how the brief article managed to convey all the essential information while raising none of the questions that might have troubled a less careful reader. The timing of Hendricks's death, coming so soon after their discovery of Thomas Mitchell's evidence, felt like more than coincidence. "He was on our client's list," Archie said, recognising the name from the previous evening's whispered revelations. "One of the network members still alive as of yesterday." "And now no longer so," Wolfe replied, his tone carrying the grim satisfaction of someone whose theories were being confirmed by events he would have preferred to remain theoretical. "Which suggests that our investigation has not gone unnoticed by those responsible for the network's systematic elimination." The morning's peaceful atmosphere had been replaced by something more charged. The understanding that their pursuit of truth was now racing against time, and a methodical campaign of murder that showed no signs of slowing. Each day's delay might mean another death, another voice silenced before it could contribute to the growing chorus of evidence against the corruption that had already claimed so many lives. The telephone's ring cut through their contemplation with its familiar authority, but this time its summons carried different weight. When Archie answered, his expression quickly shifted from routine courtesy to alert concern, then to something approaching alarm. "It's Inspector Kramer," he said, covering the mouthpiece. "He's on his way over. Says it's urgent, something about a case we might be interested in." Wolfe's expression showed the particular irritation that came when the outside world's complications intruded upon his carefully ordered routine. Inspector Kramer's visits were rarely social calls, and his description of urgency usually meant that the police had encountered something that exceeded their normal investigative capabilities. "Tell him we'll see him," Wolfe said finally, his tone carrying the resigned acceptance of someone who understood that some interruptions, however unwelcome, could not be avoided, and ask Fritz to prepare additional coffee. If Kramer is visiting this early, he's likely to be in need of substantial refreshment. The inspector arrived within 30 minutes, his solid presence filling the office doorway with the particular energy that marked a man accustomed to dealing with the city's darker complexities. He moved with the careful efficiency of someone whose work required constant alertness, but there was something in his manner that suggested this visit involved more than routine police business. "Wolfe," Kramer said, settling into the red leather chair that faced the desk. "Goodwin, I've got a situation that I think might interest you. 3 deaths in the past week, all supposedly accidental, all involving people who worked in positions with access to sensitive government information." Wolfe's expression remained carefully neutral, but Archie caught the slight shift in his posture that indicated heightened attention. "An unusual pattern for accidental deaths." "That's what I thought," Kramer replied, accepting the coffee Fritz brought with the grateful efficiency of a man who had learned to appreciate small comforts during long investigations. "Thomas Mitchell, photographer, found dead at his desk Tuesday evening. Supposed heart attack, but the medical examiner had some questions about the circumstances." He paused to sip his coffee, organising his thoughts with a methodical approach that had made him effective despite his sometimes brusque manner. "Robert Hendricks, government accountant, found dead in his apartment yesterday evening. Supposed accidental fall, but the positioning of the body didn't quite match the story." Another pause, during which Wolfe's attention remained focused with the intensity he usually reserved for particularly complex orchid cultivation problems. "And Margaret Foster, journalist, killed in a car accident Monday night. Brake failure on a vehicle that had just passed inspection." The office settled into a quality of silence that seemed to pulse with unspoken recognition. Inspector Kramer had just described 3 of the network members whose names their client had whispered to them the previous evening. 3 people whose deaths formed part of the systematic elimination campaign that had already claimed Thomas Mitchell and was apparently continuing with methodical precision. Interesting coincidences, Wolfe said finally, his tone carrying the careful neutrality of someone who understood that sharing too much information too quickly might complicate an already dangerous situation. I don't believe in coincidences when they involve this many deaths in this short a time frame, Kramer replied, especially when all 3 victims had access to information about government contracts and spending. Someone wanted these people dead, and they're good enough at killing to make it look like accidents. He reached into his coat and withdrew a manila folder, which he placed on Wolfe's desk with the ceremonial gravity of someone presenting evidence in a court proceeding. I've been working this unofficially, following up on some inconsistencies that caught my attention. What I've found suggests we're dealing with something a lot bigger than random murders. The folder contained police reports, medical examiner's notes, and preliminary investigation summaries that painted a picture of systematic violence disguised as accident and misfortune. Each death had been carefully staged to avoid suspicion, but the cumulative effect revealed a pattern that spoke of professional execution and careful planning. Thomas Mitchell, Kramer continued, opening the folder to reveal photographs from the death scene, was found slumped over his desk as if he had fallen asleep while working. But the medical examiner found traces of a paralytic agent that wouldn't show up in routine toxicology screening. Someone with considerable pharmaceutical knowledge administered something that would cause respiratory failure while leaving the victim conscious but unable to call for help. The description sent a chill through the office that had nothing to do with the morning's temperature. The idea of Thomas Mitchell dying slowly and helplessly, aware of what was happening but unable to prevent it, added a dimension of cruelty to what they had previously understood as simply murder for the purpose of silencing inconvenient witnesses. Robert Hendricks, Kramer said, turning to another section of the file, supposedly fell down the stairs in his apartment building. But the impact patterns suggest he was unconscious before he fell, and there were traces of the same paralytic agent the medical examiner found in Mitchell's system. Wolfe studied the reports with the same careful attention he brought to everything, but Archie could see the subtle signs of anger building beneath his composed exterior. The systematic nature of these killings, their careful staging to avoid detection, and the particular cruelty of the method chosen all spoke to a level of methodical malice that even Wolfe's considerable experience had rarely encountered. Margaret Foster, Kramer concluded, died when her car's brakes failed on a steep hill in the Bronx. But the failure wasn't mechanical. Someone had introduced a chemical agent that would gradually weaken the brake lines over several days before causing complete failure. Again, the kind of sophisticated approach that suggests professional execution. The folder closed with a soft sound that seemed to echo through the office's charged atmosphere. Inspector Kramer leaned back in his chair, his eyes moving from Wolfe to Archie, with the careful assessment of someone who understood he was sharing dangerous information with people who might be able to act on it in ways that official channels could not. "Now," Kramer said, his voice taking on the particular tone he used when moving from exposition to interrogation. "I'm wondering if you gentlemen might have encountered anything in your recent activities that could shed light on why someone would want these particular people dead." The question hung in the air between them like a bridge that, once crossed, would commit them to a level of cooperation with official law enforcement that might complicate their ability to protect their client. Wolfe's expression showed the careful consideration of someone weighing competing obligations, the duty to assist legitimate police investigation against the commitment to preserve the safety of someone who had trusted them with information that could cost her life. "It's possible," Wolfe said finally, "that our current case involves some of the same individuals you've mentioned, but the information we possess was obtained under conditions that require considerable discretion in how it's shared." Kramer nodded, his understanding evident in the way his posture relaxed slightly. Years of working with Wolfe had taught him to recognize the signs of genuine cooperation offered within constraints that served legitimate purposes rather than mere obstruction. "I'm not asking you to violate client confidentiality," he said, but I am asking you to consider that we might be able to help each other. I've got official resources but limited flexibility in how I can use them. You've got flexibility but limited official standing. Between us, we might be able to do something about whoever is systematically murdering people who happen to know too much about government corruption. The offer represented an opportunity that neither of them could afford to ignore. Kramer's official resources could provide protection and legal authority that Wolfe's private investigation lacked, while Wolfe's access to information and witnesses that official channels couldn't reach might provide the key to understanding and stopping the systematic elimination campaign. There is, Wolfe said slowly, evidence that these deaths are part of a larger pattern involving the suppression of information about improper coordination between government officials and private business interests. The victims were part of an informal network that was documenting this corruption through various means. He gestured to the photographs spread across his desk, Thomas Mitchell's surveillance work that had already provided them with crucial insights into the scope of the conspiracy they were investigating. Mr. Mitchell was the photographer for this network, documenting meetings and activities that were meant to remain private. Kramer leaned forward, his attention focusing on the photographs with the intensity of someone who understood he was looking at evidence that could break open a case that had been frustrating him for days. Senator Harrison, he said, recognizing one of the faces in the images. His committee oversees defense contract approval. If these photos show him coordinating with business interests outside of official channels. They show considerably more than that, Wolfe replied, selecting several of the most significant images and arranging them so that Kramer could see the progression of meetings and negotiations they documented. They show a systematic pattern of coordination that appears to involve the improper sharing of bid information, the manipulation of contract specifications to favour particular companies, and the division of profits from contracts that were awarded through this corrupted process. The photographs told their story with the compelling authority of visual evidence, each image contributing to a narrative of corruption that went far beyond individual misconduct into the realm of systematic abuse of public trust. In the clear morning light, the faces of the participants seemed to emerge with startling clarity, their expressions revealing the confidence that came from believing their activities were protected by secrecy and official position. The network that Mitchell belonged to, Wolfe continued, was composed of individuals positioned throughout government and business who had become aware of this corruption and were working together to document it comprehensively. Their goal was to accumulate sufficient evidence to ensure that exposure would be impossible to suppress or discredit. Kramer studied the photographs with the careful attention of someone who understood he was looking at evidence that could reshape his understanding of multiple deaths that had previously seemed unrelated. And someone found out about the network and decided to eliminate it rather than risk exposure. Precisely, Wolfe confirmed. What appeared to be random accidents were actually systematic murders designed to prevent the revelation of corruption that involved substantial sums of money and considerable political power. The office settled into contemplative quiet as both men considered the implications of what they had shared. The investigation had moved beyond the private realm of individual detection into the official sphere of police work, but it had also revealed stakes that went far beyond simple crime and punishment into questions of government integrity and public trust. "I can provide protection for your client," Kramer said finally, "and official investigation of the murders that might uncover evidence we can use in court. But I'll need access to all the evidence the network accumulated, and I'll need your client's cooperation in providing testimony about how the network operated and what they discovered." Wolfe nodded slowly, understanding that they had reached the point where private investigation would need to merge with official action if they hoped to achieve justice rather than simply understanding. "I'll need to consult with my client before committing to full cooperation. The level of danger involved requires that any official action be carefully coordinated to ensure her safety." "Understood," Kramer replied, gathering his files with the efficient movements of someone who had accomplished what he came to do. "But don't take too long. If this pattern continues, we're likely to see more deaths, and each one eliminates potential witnesses and evidence we might need to make a case." As Inspector Kramer prepared to leave, the morning light in the office had strengthened to the clear illumination that revealed details with unforgiving precision. The photographs on Wolfe's desk seemed even more significant in this light, their evidence of corruption and conspiracy taking on the weight of accusations that could no longer be ignored or dismissed. The investigation had reached a crucial juncture, the point where private understanding needed to become public action if justice was to be achieved. The network of silence that had protected corruption for so long was about to encounter the full weight of official investigation, but only if they could coordinate their efforts carefully enough to ensure that the truth emerged before all the witnesses were silenced. Somewhere in the city, their client waited for word that her trust had been justified, and that the evidence Thomas Mitchell had died to preserve would finally serve its intended purpose. And somewhere else, the people responsible for the systematic elimination of the network continued their work, unaware that their carefully maintained secrets were about to face the combined scrutiny of private detection and official law enforcement. The morning's peaceful beginning had given way to the charged atmosphere of investigation accelerating toward its conclusion. The truth that had been hidden in silence was about to find its voice, but only if they could act quickly enough to protect the remaining witnesses and preserve the evidence that so many had died to gather. The network of corruption that had seemed so powerful in its secrecy was about to discover that some truths, once revealed, became impossible to suppress, no matter how many lives were sacrificed in the attempt to keep them hidden. The investigation was entering its final phase, where understanding would need to become action, and where the patient work of detection would need to yield to the urgent requirements of justice. The afternoon light that filtered through the office windows carried with it the golden quality of autumn, settling into its deeper rhythms, the kind of illumination that transformed ordinary objects into something approaching art. 3 days had passed since Inspector Kramer's visit, 3 days during which the careful coordination of private investigation and official law enforcement had begun to weave itself into a net that was slowly but inexorably closing around those responsible for the systematic elimination of Thomas Mitchell's network. Wolfe sat behind his desk with the satisfied composure of a man whose patience had been rewarded with results, though the process had required the kind of delicate manoeuvring that he usually preferred to avoid. The brownstone's familiar rhythms had continued around him. The morning hours in the plant rooms, the afternoon sessions of reading and contemplation, the evening dinners that marked the passage of time with Fritz's culinary artistry. But beneath these comforting routines lay the deep satisfaction of watching a complex puzzle resolve itself into a picture of justice served and truth revealed. The photographs that had begun their investigation still lay spread across his desk, but now they were accompanied by additional evidence that Inspector Kramer's official resources had helped to uncover. Financial records that traced the flow of money from defense contracts to private accounts, telephone logs that documented coordination between Senator Harrison and business leaders at times that corresponded with Thomas Mitchell's surveillance photographs, and forensic evidence that confirmed the systematic nature of the murders that had claimed so many members of the documentation network. But perhaps most importantly, their silent client was safe. The protection that Inspector Kramer had arranged had proved both effective and discreet, allowing her to remain in secure custody, while providing the testimony that had filled in the crucial gaps in their understanding of how the network had operated and what evidence it had accumulated before its systematic destruction began. Archie moved quietly around the office, organising files and documents with the efficient satisfaction of someone who had watched a complex case reach its proper conclusion. The telephone had been busy over the past several days, bringing news of arrests and seizures, of evidence gathered and testimony recorded, of a conspiracy that was finally being exposed to the light that its perpetrators had spent so much effort trying to avoid. The final report from Inspector Kramer, Archie said, placing a manila folder on Wolfe's desk with the ceremonial gravity that marked the completion of a significant case. 12 arrests, including Senator Harrison and the business leaders identified in Mitchell's photographs. Complete financial records of the corruption scheme, estimated to involve over $50 million in improperly awarded contracts. And testimony from our client that ties together all the elements of how the network operated and how its elimination was carried out. Wolfe opened the folder with the careful deliberation he brought to everything, reading through the official summaries with the satisfaction of someone whose theories had been comprehensively confirmed by evidence. The systematic nature of the corruption was even more extensive than Thomas Mitchell's photographs had suggested, involving not just the manipulation of individual contracts, but the creation of an entire parallel system of government decision-making that served private profit rather than public interest. The murder methods, Wolfe observed, studying the forensic reports that detailed how the network members had been killed, required considerable sophistication and access to specialized materials. The investigation has revealed that Senator Harrison's committee had connections to former intelligence operatives who were hired to conduct the eliminations using techniques designed to avoid detection. The afternoon light continued its slow transformation, casting longer shadows across the office as the day progressed toward evening. Outside, the sounds of West 35th Street provided their familiar backdrop: the gentle rumble of traffic, the distant voices of neighbours, the rhythmic footsteps of people returning home from work. These sounds seemed especially comforting now that the immediate danger had passed, and the truth had been allowed to emerge from the silence that had protected it for too long. Fritz appeared in the doorway with the quiet efficiency that marked all his movements, carrying a tea service that he arranged on the small table near the window with the artistry of someone who understood that even simple rituals could provide profound comfort. The scent of the tea, a blend that Wolfe had imported specially for occasions that deserved particular recognition, filled the office with warmth and the subtle promise of contemplative peace. "Inspector Kramer telephoned while you were in the plant rooms," Fritz said, his voice carrying the subdued satisfaction of someone who had watched the household navigate through a period of unusual tension and emerge safely on the other side. "He wanted to inform you that the district attorney has decided to prosecute the case personally, given its significance for public confidence in government integrity." Wolfe nodded, accepting the cup Fritz offered with the grateful appreciation of someone who understood that the simple pleasure of excellent tea was one of the rewards that made the complexities of investigation worthwhile. The warm liquid carried with it the taste of ceremony and conclusion, of a ritual that marked the transition from the urgent necessities of active investigation to the more peaceful rhythms of reflection and understanding. The office door chimed softly, and Archie looked up to see their client standing in the doorway. She appeared different somehow, not just because she was no longer constrained to communicate through whispers and cryptic messages, but because the weight of carrying dangerous secrets alone had been lifted from her shoulders. The careful composure that had marked her previous visits had been replaced by something approaching peace, the deep relief that came when long-held burdens were finally shared with others capable of bearing them. "Miss Catherine Wells," she said, her voice carrying the clear, confident tones of someone who could finally speak her own name without fear. "I wanted to thank you both, and to let you know that Thomas would have been grateful for what you've accomplished." She moved into the office with a grace that seemed natural rather than carefully controlled, settling into the red leather chair that faced Wolfe's desk with the comfortable ease of someone who no longer needed to calculate every movement for its potential consequences. In the afternoon light, her face showed the subtle transformation that came when fear was replaced by hope, when the necessity of constant vigilance gave way to the possibility of normal life. "The network Thomas helped create," she continued, "was composed of people who believed that truth, properly documented and strategically revealed, could overcome even the most systematic attempts at concealment. Your investigation proved that belief was justified." Wolfe set down his teacup and regarded her with the gentle attention he reserved for clients who had entrusted him with matters that went beyond simple detection into questions of fundamental justice. Mr. Mitchell and his colleagues understood something that their killers did not: that truth, once properly preserved, becomes virtually impossible to destroy. They may have silenced the individual voices, but they could not silence the evidence those voices had gathered. The afternoon was settling into the gentle transition toward evening, and the office took on the particular quality of light that made everything seem touched with significance. The photographs on Wolfe's desk, the documents that had provided the key to understanding, the comfortable furnishings that had witnessed so many revelations and resolutions, all of it seemed to pulse gently with the satisfaction that came when patience and persistence yielded justice. "Inspector Kramer mentioned," Catherine Wells said, "that you were able to locate the additional photographs that were removed from Thomas's studio. the ones that documented the broader scope of the corruption network. Archie smiled, remembering the careful investigation that had led them to a safety deposit box registered under one of Thomas Mitchell's professional aliases, a repository where he had stored copies of his most sensitive work against exactly the kind of systematic elimination that had ultimately claimed his life. The photographs found there had provided the comprehensive documentation that transformed individual accusations into an irrefutable pattern of criminal conspiracy. Mr. Mitchell was thorough in his preparations, Wolfe replied. He understood that documentation without proper preservation was simply evidence waiting to be destroyed. The safety deposit box contained not only photographs but financial records, recorded conversations and correspondence that filled in the details of how the corruption network operated and who was involved at every level. The discovery had provided the crucial evidence that allowed Inspector Kramer's investigation to move beyond the individual murders to the systematic corruption that had motivated them. The photographs showed not just Senator Harrison's involvement, but the participation of business leaders, other government officials, and the network of facilitators who had made the scheme possible. It was evidence comprehensive enough to ensure that prosecution would be thorough and conviction virtually certain. The district attorney, Catherine Wells said, has assured me that the prosecution will honour Thomas's memory by ensuring that the full scope of what he documented is revealed during the trial. His work will finally serve the purpose he intended, exposing corruption and ensuring that those responsible face appropriate consequences. The afternoon light continued its gentle transformation, casting the office in the golden illumination that photographers like Thomas Mitchell understood as the most beautiful of the day. In this light, the evidence spread across Wolfe's desk seemed to glow with its own significance, each document and photograph contributing to a story of truth finally told after being hidden for too long. Fritz appeared with additional refreshments, his timing as perfect as always. The small cakes and delicate sandwiches he arranged on the tea table were works of culinary art, but more than that, they represented the restoration of normal life, the return to pleasures that could be enjoyed without fear or calculation. The simple act of sharing food in comfortable surroundings marked the transition from investigation to resolution, from danger to safety. There is, Wolfe said, reaching into his desk drawer, one final element that I believe you should have. He withdrew a small package wrapped in brown paper, which he placed on the desk with the careful ceremony that marked the conclusion of important business. Catherine Wells opened the package to reveal Thomas Mitchell's camera. Not one of the professional instruments from his studio, but a smaller, more personal device that bore the gentle wear of extensive use. It was clearly something he had carried with him regularly, a tool that had captured not just the evidence that had cost him his life, but the smaller moments of beauty and meaning that made life worth preserving. Inspector Kramer found it among the personal effects that were returned to his apartment, Wolfe explained. The final roll of film contained not surveillance photographs but images of autumn in Central Park, children playing in Washington Square, elderly couples sharing benches and quiet moments of companionship. It reminded me that Mr. Mitchell was not just a documenter of corruption, but an observer of life in all its forms. Catherine Wells held the camera with the reverence appropriate to a memorial, but also with the recognition that it represented continuity rather than ending. Thomas Mitchell's work exposing corruption was complete, but his broader mission of documenting truth in all its forms could continue through others who shared his commitment to seeing clearly and recording faithfully. The network he helped create, she said, was motivated by the belief that democracy depends on informed citizens, and that information depends on people willing to document truth even when that documentation is dangerous. Your investigation has ensured that this belief was vindicated and that the sacrifice of those who died for it was not in vain. The office settled into the comfortable quiet that marked the successful conclusion of difficult work. Outside, the sounds of early evening began to replace those of afternoon. The gentle closing of office buildings, the increased activity of restaurants preparing for dinner service, the subtle shift in the city's rhythm as it moved from the business of day toward the more personal concerns of evening. Wolfe leaned back in his chair, his expression showing the deep satisfaction that came when complex problems were resolved through patient application of method and principle, rather than force or dramatic confrontation. The case of the silent caller had proved that some of the most important investigations were conducted not through chase scenes and physical confrontations, but through careful observation, methodical analysis, and the persistent pursuit of truth, even when that truth was hidden beneath layers of conspiracy and violence. The final irony, he observed, is that the conspiracy's greatest strength, its systematic approach to eliminating witnesses, ultimately became the evidence that exposed it. By using the same methods repeatedly, by following patterns that could be analysed and understood, they created the very documentation that ensured their downfall. Catherine Wells nodded, understanding that Thomas Mitchell and his colleagues had anticipated this possibility. Their network had been designed not just to gather evidence, but to ensure that evidence would survive even the systematic elimination of those who gathered it. Each member had understood that their individual survival was less important than the preservation of the truth they were documenting. Thomas believed, she said, that truth had its own momentum, that once properly set in motion, it would continue to move forward even if the people who started it were no longer there to guide it. Your investigation proved that belief was justified. The afternoon was moving toward its natural conclusion, and the office began to take on the anticipatory quality that marked the approach of evening's more peaceful rhythms. The investigation was complete, justice was being served, and the immediate danger had passed. What remained was the deeper satisfaction of work well done and truth successfully revealed. As Catherine Wells prepared to leave, she paused at the office door and turned back toward Wolfe with an expression that combined gratitude with something deeper. The recognition that some investigations transcend individual cases to touch on fundamental questions about how society preserves its integrity and how truth survives attempts to suppress it. Inspector Kramer mentioned, she said, that you rarely take cases that involve this level of danger to your clients. He was curious about what made you willing to accept the risks this investigation required. Wolfe considered the question with the careful attention he gave to all inquiries that touched on matters of principle rather than mere technique. Mr. Mitchell and his colleagues understood something essential about the relationship between documentation and democracy. They risked their lives to preserve evidence of corruption because they believed that informed citizens were the foundation of free society. Once I understood the scope of what they were attempting, refusing to help complete their work would have been a betrayal of principles more fundamental than personal safety. The explanation carried with it the quiet authority of someone who had spent a lifetime balancing competing obligations and had learned to recognize when larger principles required acceptance of personal risk. It was the kind of moral clarity that Thomas Mitchell and his network had embodied, the understanding that some truths were too important to remain hidden, regardless of the personal cost of revealing them. Catherine Wells nodded and moved toward the door, then paused once more. "The camera," she said, indicating the device she still held, "contains one more roll of unexposed film. Thomas loaded it just before Tuesday evening. I think he would have wanted it to be used to document something beautiful, rather than something corrupt." With that she was gone, leaving behind only the lingering sense of completion that marked the end of cases that had mattered, not just for their immediate resolution but for their broader significance. The office settled into the expectant quiet that preceded evening, and Wolfe returned his attention to organising the documents and photographs that had provided the key to understanding and justice. The telephone rang with its familiar authority, but this time its summons brought news of continued success rather than new complications. Inspector Kramer's voice carried the satisfaction of a man whose official investigation was proceeding exactly as planned, with evidence mounting and prosecutions moving forward with the methodical precision that ensured comprehensive justice. "The federal prosecutors have joined the case," Kramer reported. "The corruption involved federal contracts and crossed state lines, so it's going to be handled at the highest levels, and the FBI has taken over the murder investigation to ensure that all the connections are properly explored." The news meant that the investigation had achieved official recognition of its national significance, that the truth Thomas Mitchell and his colleagues had died to preserve would receive the comprehensive examination it deserved. The network's systematic elimination had failed in its ultimate purpose. Instead of suppressing evidence of corruption, it had ensured that corruption would be exposed at the highest levels of government and prosecuted with the full weight of federal law enforcement. As evening settled over the brownstone, Wolfe moved to the window and looked out at the street where autumn light was giving way to the gentle illumination of street lamps. The familiar sounds of the neighbourhood's evening routines provided a comforting backdrop to his reflections. The closing of doors as people returned home from work, the distant laughter of children called in for dinner, the soft footsteps of evening walkers enjoying the mild October weather. The case of the silent caller had reached its proper conclusion, but its significance extended beyond the immediate resolution of Thomas Mitchell's murder or even the exposure of Senator Harrison's corruption network. It had demonstrated that some truths, once properly documented and preserved, became impossible to suppress regardless of how much power and resources were arrayed against their revelation. In the comfortable shadows of the office, the evidence of that truth remained spread across Wolfe's desk. Photographs and documents that had survived systematic attempts at destruction, testimony that had overcome fear and intimidation, and the patient work of investigation that had transformed scattered clues into comprehensive understanding. It was a monument to the principle that democracy depended on informed citizens, and that information depended on people willing to document truth even when that documentation carried the ultimate price. The evening's peaceful settling continued around him, but it now carried the deeper satisfaction of work completed and justice served. Somewhere in the city, the people responsible for Thomas Mitchell's death were beginning to face the consequences of their actions. Somewhere else, the surviving members of the documentation network could finally emerge from hiding and return to normal life. And in one quiet brownstone, a detective who rarely ventured beyond the comfortable boundaries of routine investigation could reflect on a case that had reminded him why some truths were worth any risk to preserve, and why the patient work of documentation and detection sometimes served purposes larger than individual justice. The network of silence that had protected corruption for so long had been replaced by a different kind of network, one dedicated to ensuring that truth, once revealed, would never again be hidden beneath layers of conspiracy and violence. Thomas Mitchell's camera might be silent, but his work would continue through others who shared his understanding that democracy lived or died based on citizens' access to truth about their government's actions. The quiet victory was complete, but it was the kind of victory that echoed beyond its immediate circumstances, reminding everyone involved that some battles were worth fighting, not just for their immediate results, but for the principles they preserved and the future they protected. And so our tale of silent voices and patient truth draws to its gentle close. In the end, it was not dramatic confrontation or urgent chase that brought justice to Thomas Mitchell and his brave companions, but the methodical power of careful observation, the persistence of documented truth, and the understanding that some silences speak louder than any shout. The brownstone on West 35th Street has returned to its peaceful rhythms. Wolfe tends his orchids each morning with the same devoted attention. Fritz prepares his culinary masterpieces with unchanged artistry, and Archie organises the files of cases solved and mysteries unravelled. But somewhere in those files rests the reminder that even the quietest investigations can serve the most important purposes, and that truth, once properly preserved, becomes as enduring as the patient stones of the city itself. Catherine Wells returned to her work with a different camera now, one that carries the memory of a colleague who understood that democracy lives in the spaces between what is hidden and what is revealed. The network Thomas Mitchell helped create may have been broken, but its spirit continues in all those who choose to document truth, even when that choice carries danger. The autumn light that blessed our story continues its gentle progression toward winter, reminding us that all seasons serve their purpose in the greater cycle of renewal and rest. Some mysteries are solved in the bright urgency of summer, others in the quiet contemplation that comes when leaves fall and the world settles into peaceful reflection. Sleep well, dear listeners, knowing that somewhere in the gentle darkness, patient observers continue their work of preserving truth for tomorrow's light. Some stories end not with fanfare, but with the soft closing of a file, the careful placement of evidence in its proper place, and the quiet satisfaction that comes when justice moves as gently as evening settling over a city at rest. Until our paths cross again in another tale, may your dreams be filled with the kind of peace that comes when truth finds its voice and silence finally speaks its deepest secrets. Good night.